Dee, 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 dee. Ooh, things happened. Test, test. Yay, we have sound. We should have music, really, I guess. If you want music, let me know. I mean, you can always tell me. No idea how to do music, but that's because I'm not a professional streamer. Welcome to Amber Skies. My name's Blades. Fraser Blades Sharp. Today, we'll go through what I've changed. Because as you can see from the local history, I've changed a few things. Last stream was on the 13th. I didn't realise it was the 13th. That's probably why it went so wrong. We were doing the perspective camera. So, the 3D camera. Have I got coffee? Yes, I've got coffee. How about you lot? Have you got coffee? It says that I'm unstable. Twitch, why am I unstable? Turn that off. Things look alright. Check, check. Alright. Yeah, things look alright, so if they're not alright, let me know. Hello, viewer. Good to see you. What we got up here? We've got a renderer 2D for the minigame engine series, haven't we? So let's just make sure we're on whatever. Here we go. Keep messing with this. And we're heading into the ECS, the Entity Component System. So, what we got here? Minor updates. So that's where we left off last time. Perspective camera tested. Yeah, that's all done. UUID is very important. Universal Unique Identifiers. Now, how do you put it? I've done a close approximation. Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it, so let's have a look at them. And we've got a lot of files, unfortunately, so... Source. Amber Skies will be in core. Let's have a look at this. Here it is. So, common X hash. Yes, we're hash tabling. So, to be able to do a hash on a uint64, unfortunately, we have to alter the standard library and add a hash ability to our uint64. So, yeah, there was that. I'm glad I didn't stream that one. Because it was giving me errors all over the place. But the actual hash is quite easy. It's just a random device. Didn't use the map in the end. I'll leave it there in case I do want to use it. Just make one. So set up a random device using random header library. So standard random device, we'll use a random device. Easy. Going to use the standard MT19937_64 engine from that library. And of course we give that the device. And uniform int distribution uint64. Yeah, this is from the standard library. And that's just for a uniform distribution. And all we do for a UUID is chuck that in, and that's it. You don't need to write anything, it does it for you. So that will set your UUID. So this is just a wrapper around a random number generator. and it's 64-bit random number generator. So if you're on 64 bits, make sure that says underscore 64. If you're on 32 bits, get rid of that last bit there. And UIDs won't be as good, but hey ho. The chance of getting two random numbers the same is so minimal that it's probably unique. I mean, very 99.9999999% certain recursive that it's unique. If you want to set a unique identity, of course you can do. That's the copy. That's the ability to retrieve it, basically. So you can set a unique identity number if you wish. You can construct it that way. Or you can just ask it to give you a unique ID. Very simple. But, yeah. A little bit awkward. Oh, I've missed the thingy off the end. We'll pop that in. Make sure I've got it on the other part. Okay, so that's your UUID. Okay. Just put in small updates for that. There you go, there's the code. Now to get the code, if you go over to GitHub, I will. There we go. I'm going to GitHub now. Here it is. At Avengers Amber Skies. We're not on the master branch. Where's the code? Yeah, there you go. Ah, view code. There you go. Duh. So we are on the Sandbox branch currently, which is why the title of the stream is Sandbox Part 12 instead of Minigame Engine Part 12. Yeah. It's got everything in it. It's got all the notes, I hope, that I've been putting in. Yeah, I've updated all of these. Yeah, they've all gone in. Yeah, that's looking good. Right, that's fine. So you can get hold of it if you want. It is there at Avengers / GitHub Avengers / Amber Skies. Yeah, go grab the code if you want it. All of the OpenGL stuff in here is pretty much, how can you put it, plug and play. So you can grab any of it for your, it's under platform, OpenGL. This stuff, like the shader, it's basically plug and play. You can take the whole goddamn thing and do your own shaders in anything. So, yeah, there's that. There's tons of it. Of course, for shaders. Let's get rid of you. Let's place of main entry point include move to correct place. Ah, yes. Yeah. There was that, wasn't there? Hello, Sandbox app. It should be here. It shouldn't be in amberskies.h. Put it that way. That was a simple move. ECS ideas for scene. Yeah, you're going to see that today. Beginning of the ECS, sketched out the ECS, yeah. Sandrogue setup. I've created a game. It's got nothing in it, but it's there. So it's got source of core. So Sandbox CCP, and I've got a core. That's it. There's literally nothing in it. That's it. It's got a camera. I doubt it'll do much. Put it that way. I'll give you a black screen. But it'll look nice because it'll have a camera. There you go. So that was that. Me just setting up this. I've been looking at trying to get it into release mode, but I've got a problem with dependencies. Basically what needs to be done to get it into release mode, if anybody's going to try and do it, is you're going to have to copy that dependencies folder over to your project and include everything as it's included in here. Also, yes, we've included things like this, which we'll have to go over as well. Which is unfortunate, but hey-ho. That's the world at the moment. Just unfortunate. Rename directory renderer to render 3D. That was fun. Yeah. Renamed the directory because we've now got two renderers. Render 3D, by the way, note, initializes render 2D. So you only need to put this render in. I haven't renamed the renderer. I've just kept it as renderer. So it doesn't look stupid. You just initialize the renderer, everything will come together quite nicely. So there's that. Sandbox set up with the initial core layer. Yeah, I did that. Set up the new test 2D layer for developing the 2D rendering. Ah, yes. So Sandbox app was looking a little bit yikes. All of this, 400 and God knows how many lines, with all of this garbage in it. And it was okay, but hey ho. Fun developing it. But I'm looking for something here. I can't see it. That's usual for me, isn't it? On update, right, yeah. You see how hard it is for me to get through all of this stuff. So that's the example layer, isn't it? Yeah. So the example layer has all of this garbage in it, which is nice. It was good for developing, with all the vertices and everything, and all of this stuff. Yeah. Well, I made an empty test 2D layer instead. Pretty simple. I've lost something. Example layer, right, so that's your constructor. Okay, there's the on update, which I've changed totally because of all of this stuff here, doing that lovely stuff. Yeah. Does this still work? Well, it's not going red, so it should do. Oh yeah, we had a shader library. Woohoo. Trying to go release mode. Yeah, right. That didn't work. On event, on key pressed, and of course all of these variables. You know, testing things out, simple timers and stuff like that, which I didn't really need. So I made a blank one. Tried to do a release build. Yeah, that went well. That was a bit of a waste. You can see that I spent 4 hours before I gave up on the times. So I started this at 6 o'clock in the morning. By midday to 4 o'clock I was trying to get a release build, and I was pretty not happy about it. Render 2D upgrades with position and a rotation. Oh, right. So just expanding render 2D, which we won't go through yet. Demo for rotation, blending, alpha values, yeah. Render 2D with textures, yeah. And big tinted texture demo, yeah. Beware because it hurts the eyes. Single shader colours and textures with tinting, rotation and alpha blending, and of course that was done at midnight. So yes, 6 o'clock in the morning all the way through to midnight. This morning, maintenance, a couple of notes, and that's about it really. We're on 0, aren't we? There we go. Small updates. So yeah, that's today. Just been doing maintenance this morning, cleaning everything up and putting notes in for you. So here we go. This is what the test 2 layer looks like now. Yeah, we've got 3. And that's show first window is for I'm GUI. So we have a camera and a test texture. Why have we got a test texture? I renamed it, by the way, to test texture, PNG. Wasn't hard. So we have our new test layer with its constructor, destructor, on attach, on detach, on update with the delta time. Still trying to, I was trying to remove I'm GUI from everything whilst I was trying to do the release, so if you can ignore that if you want. If you go into release mode, it just blanks that line. On event system, on key pressed, on mouse button, and a new scene, which we have, which is today really. The layer itself looks a little different, as you can see. The number of lines has dropped, so let's have a look at this. At the top, I've just demonstrated how you can use a struct for the properties, position, size and colour and rotation. And this brings us to the ECS system, because this really should be in the ECS system. So quad properties 1, quad properties 2, because we've got 2 quads. Initialization with a camera, just left empty. On attach runs when this is attached to the layers. If you go back to the start of the series, so initializing the first quad, I just give it a position. Second quad, give it a position, color and size. Notice I changed the size. So I put that one 1 1, so 1 across, 1 meter across we'll call it. I'm going to start calling this meters. 1 meter across on the X and 1 meter up on the Y, puts it 45 degrees up. Position of the second quad is just 1 meter across, so it's roughly below, but not quite. You'll see why, because of that sizing thing. Colours are different. Didn't put a colour on there, so it's white. This colour is God knows what. Initialize background colour, dump, dead easy. Notice I put the alpha to 0.5. That means you can see through it. It's not 1. At 1.0 it's solid. At 0.5 it's 50% solid. So you can see through it 50%. Initialize the texture, of course. On detach, just run the shutdown for the renderer 2D. Yeah, you do. Did I initialize the renderer? Yeah, renderer initialize. You see, that doesn't match up. Needs to, really, doesn't it, when you think about it. On update, this is the main program, what runs every update, or 60th of a second. We update our camera, rotate the quads because I've got them animated, I suppose. So that's anti-clockwise and clockwise. And then we just render them. Wow. So quad 1, quad 2. Notice there's no texture on quad 2, it's just a colour, just a straight colour. So you can texture it or not. This is on one single shader. Yeah, that was fun. Found an error in the shader language. But it's a Radeon GPU, so it acts differently to NVIDIA GPUs, and that was a bit of a trip up. Never mind. Spent hours on that, trying to get it to work on a Radeon. Didn't, so scrapped it and cheated. Well, didn't cheat, but, you know. On event cameras, obviously, if you want to move it. I've got the Alt key if you want to move it. Set up the dispatchers for the event system. On key pressed event not using because the camera has its own. On mouse button pressed event not using because the camera has its own. And new scene we're getting to. Good. That's it. What does it do? Run it. It is below, it's quite well. Is this doing what I think it's doing? Yes, it's rotating around the centre. So we are on the centre. I want to talk about that shader as well. So this is the textured first quad, and this is the non-textured coloured second quad with its 2 metre by 1 metre. Yep, these are in metres. Ah. Mouse wheel works. Yay! What does the left mouse button do? Have to press Alt to find out. Oh wow, that's cool. That rotates. Alright, that's rotating. Right mouse does. Whoa! Zoom. And middle mouse. I want to swap those two over. I want right mouse to do this. You can also notice, I think you can't see it properly, but I did put them on different planes of existence, I believe. Oh yeah, the square colour. I left it on here, so you can play with it. You can see it goes like a pinkish colour there. But you can see how it's tinting, everything's tinting properly. But that white background, that colour white, big trouble with that in Little China. Everything's working, compatibilities, yeah. Escape key was pressed, good. Right, thank you. So, yeah, we've still got a lot of things that aren't... Get this microphone sorted out a little bit better. Yeah, so we've got quite a few things that I could really do with just going through and cleaning it all up, but I want to get on with the system. Render 2D got expanded. Yeah. Or introduced, should I say. Initialize shutdown, begin scene, end scene, draw quad, that's it. And now you're going to see where all of that code went. So I've got this struct for render state for the vertex array and the shader. We initialize. Yeah, this is where the vertices are now, because we're just drawing quads in 2D. Haven't got to circles. That'll be fun. So, yeah, that's where all that code went. As you can see. Shader. There's only one. Bind it and set the texture. That's where the problems lie. In texture setting, if I try and create my own texture and add it to the scene as a white texture, it overwrites. Textures are overwriting if I mess about with this, so I've got to be careful at the moment. Begin scene with the camera. You set up your view projection matrix and upload it to the shader. End scene, empty of course. Draw quad without a texture. Yeah. Hello Windows Security, Microsoft Defender summary. Go away. Has texture? False. I wonder if I can put false there. Better not. Model matrix. We work out. And of course we upload it. Then we set the vertex array and draw the index on the render command as we used to do. For the texture, only difference really is that it has a texture. That's it really. That's the only reason why I kept them separate, isn't it? I didn't combine them into one draw call. Oh yeah. It's got that. We bind a texture. And that's why I couldn't do it the other way, because every time I bound the texture, it bound the wrong one. But anyway, problems, so that I need to solve on Radeon cards. That's the renderer. Anything else I've changed massively? Nope. Not much has changed elsewhere. Now, I might have a couple of extra ones of these for setting things. Note it's set, not upload. Make shared. Why is that make shared? Ah, yes, we expanded common. Look. Our ref here, we can now create a ref like this. So if you look at this, make shared, that becomes that. Yeah, you can do that. That's allowed, because that's exactly what that says. It's just a macro type idea. So this is shader vertex fragment, yeah. What's this one? String file path, yeah. So, fun. We can change those to create ref now. I'll try and do them as I can. So as you can tell, yeah, I was doing stuff. No longer loading that, so. Shader library, initialize. We haven't got that many shaders. Can put that code back in actually, because we've still got that shader. Yep. This can all go back in, really. So I know that works. Standard dynamic pointer casting. That's not going to work. I've changed the system. Let's have a look. So, texture shader. I'm trying to convert that. Why am I trying to convert it? Doesn't exist. That's an initialize. Where are my shaders? Shader library. Okay, let's try this. Actually, can't do it there now because we've got red blobbies. Add exists get initialize load. Okay, we've done the load. That will do the add. Get. I don't think I want to do that. Don't like it. Delete. Just load them, it's easier. That's add, load. Get rid of that, because I'm not using it. I've just left it in by accident. Having problems with that assert. Just trying to work it out. Load get exists. That's a shader library. It does work, actually. That's the worst part about this, because I'm not using it at the moment. I would like to, but it was causing problems because I was initializing a shader library within Render 2D. But what's missing? This has been written in C. So there's no constructor. And as it's not an object, you can initialize. Guess what happens? As soon as you come out of whatever you're in, it dies. So you can't initialize it in here. And that caused me a load of problems. It meant that basically I couldn't use the shader library from here, but you can from your main application. Although it does seem to be a little awkward at the moment. It might need revisiting. It's its lifetime. that's the problem with the shader library, because it's half constructed and needs to be held. The pointer needs to be kept alive. As soon as it comes out of here, the pointer dies, because we're using shared pointers. The pointer system just kills the pointer, and of course your shader library just voops and disappears in a puff of smoke. So we have to be careful with pointers, because we're not using ones that will survive that kind of thing. Yeah, good fun. Right, ECS. Let's get on towards ECS. Have I changed anything else that's massive? Not really. Did I change a command? No. Alright, let's get out of there before I start opening too much. Let's get out of there before I start opening too much and fiddling with stuff as like I normally do as soon as I see it. I have a tendency to do that. Don't know why. Alright, set clear color on... This is the OpenGL renderer API. So initialize will set the clear color, enable blending because we needed it. Blend functions. If you want me to go through blend functions, just let me know. Enabling the depth test. Yeah, we're setting clear colors. We can clear the screen, of course. We've got depth. That's your draw command and the viewport command. So everything's fine. Shader CPP. Yeah, we're fine here. Texture 2D. Ah, yes, file path. Added this. A new constructor with just width and height. So you can make your own. You don't have to load them. It's an interesting idea. I did make a white texture that was going to be placed in the background of the colours, the colour draw, and it failed miserably. And that's what this was doing. It was making it, and then all you did was pass in some data. That's the normal one. That's your destructor, yeah. And of course we have to set data for creating your own. So data and size. It's just OX and 8Fs for a white texture. And the size is 1 by 1. Or the size of a U32. OX FFFFF. Data. So size of data, whatever. It's in bytes. I should have said bytes there. So it's just two functions that were added whilst I was trying to do that, and my graphics card would not cooperate. So that's that. And today I want to look at this. I've added component.h, and we'll do that last. Entity.h, this is the easiest one. No, it's not. Scene. Scene.h. How easy is that? Yeah, we haven't done anything. So I want to create a scene. And I went to GitHub and looked at NTT, which is on GitHub, and how it's used, and just took some notes. Done nothing with it, because that's for today. So that's the scene. I'll leave that one open. the entity, I've basically got an entity handle. So an entity is an entity handle and a scene that it belongs to. An entity is a uint32_t. Remember, I use abbreviations. I've got them in common. If you want to look up the abbreviations, they are in common. They're here. So I use U32 for uint32t. Can cause problems, I guess. But hey ho. These are the ideas. What I could do is the constructors, and this is your default copy constructor, so you can copy it and an entity to another. It'll only give a shallow copy though, beware. Which means if the entity gets destroyed, the information gets destroyed in the copy as well. It's a reference. Couple of operators that we've changed for bool. Well, we had to put in because it's a U32. And I called it a U in. Why did I do that? Keep my abbreviations consistent, I think. So that we could get, so we could use the entity as its handle, because that's all it is. It's a U. An entity is that. That's the only data that this class has. It's a wrapper around a uint32t. That's the size of an entity is the size of a U32. It's a number. Full stop. From 0 to whatever. That is an entity. An entity is a U32 ID number. And that is all it is. That is an entity. Don't make it any more or any less. We can't make it any less. And that's why I needed to do a couple of operators for not equal to, and make sure that C++ would let me do these things. Otherwise, bleh, we weren't going to be able to do much. So we can see if entities are equal to each other. Yeah, very important. Because one entity might be used multiple times. So that's entity.h in entity CPP. As you can see, there's tons of stuff. We make one with a handle, a U32. That's all we do. We just assign it a number. Entity 0, entity 1, or whatever. So all we're dealing with is a number. But what do you do with that number? Well, that's where the fun starts. So we're going to get, that's going to be our first objective of the day. And in components, I tried my best to try and make some. So I've got UUIDs, textures, perspective cameras, a bit of GLM, and some experimental quaternions just in case. Yay, that's lovely. First one is the ID component, which is your UUID. Every single entity has to be unique, or have a UUID. If it doesn't, how can you put it? Every object in your scene has to be unique in some way, and that's what that does. Again, that's a wrapper around an int 64. A random int 64 at that. The tag component is what we're going to use for our ID. It's a string. Oh no, this is the name. Why am I calling it a tag? I don't know. It's a name. It's just a string. So you get your default constructor, your component copy constructor, and the string constructor. Why have I got copy above? Never mind. Doesn't matter. I don't like that. Sorry. Call it what it is, not what it could be. So we can give it a name. Do we want a default? We can do that external if we want one. A transform component would have a translation, a rotation, and a scale. That's what a transform is. I call it a model matrix. I don't call it a transform. I got these ideas from Entity, didn't I? Yeah. Oh dear. Translation, rotation, scale. So we have the default constructor, which doesn't do anything. The copy constructor, and the setting. Translations of vec3. Goddamn well isn't. It's a model matrix. Okay, found first error. That's a map4. Translation. Okay. That goes in there. Like that. It is that vec3, isn't it? Rotation, scale don't matter. Okay, yeah, I got you. It's position. Oh, it's not its translation. Damn it. I did have it right. There we go. That's where you're moving the model to. So it'll start off at 0, 0, 0, but if you want, it's where you place your model within your scene. So that's what the translation is. And as it confused me a bit. There you go. So if you get the transform, returns the map 4. Don't like calling it a transform. I know it's correct, but I call it a model matrix. I'm old school. Which is rotation translation, or RTS. You just times them all together, basically. Should return it, I guess. Yeah, you return. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, turn it into a quaternion. Trying to avoid gimbal lock. If you don't know what gimbal lock is, look it up. It's where, if you look directly down an axis, your camera locks up and you can't get out of it. In other words, a gimbal down an axis, and you just get locked into it. If you use just a normal mat 3 here, or just whatever the rotation is, a Vec 3, it cocks up, basically. So I make a rotation, and then we just return the translation, rotation scale, TRS. Mesh component, thinking about it. Sprite renderer, thinking about it. Circle renderer, thinking about it. Camera component, not thinking about it. Those don't exist. Camera component. Perspective camera, primary, true. Fixed aspect ratio, false. Yeah, think about moving to scene. Yes. Especially this primary thing. Okay, I'm thinking about it. Camera component default, camera component copy. There's nothing there. We're going to have one camera. So all it does is store 2 bools and a camera. Yeah, there you go. It doesn't actually create it. Notice that it doesn't create the camera, it just stores the data for a camera. There's no creation. That's not done by a component, that's done by a system, an S in ECS. Scriptable entity, yes, we're going to have scripting. Physics, yeah, probably get there, but I'm not going to be using Box 2D. Well, that's what that's for. Thought about it, I'll write my bloody own stuff. Just like I'm not using Entity, I'm going to write my own. If you use these with Entity, by the way, from GitHub, ENTT, they'll work. And if you use that with Box 2D, it'll work. Because that's what they were designed of. So that's how you do a component. A component is a storage of data. So let's note that down. So that just stores data. Doesn't do anything. Now, I want you to notice something at this point. I just said that a component stores data and nothing else. Well, we did accidentally put a system in. We broke the rules. Don't care. Next. The other thing is, if these are data only, then what is this? That's data only. That struct is a component. Exactly. And that's what your components will change. You won't need to use structs for everything. You can use components, and that's the idea behind it. It's to stop this from happening. So what happens to your components? Your components get added to an entity. Azure Data Center. That's Azure BS. Why are we still using databases? Aren't our computers big enough to hold data anymore? We have gigabytes of memory, and they are still on about databases, aren't they? What idiots. So, last part is the systems. And that is processes. And that's what we do with the data. So you have an entity which stores components, and those components are referenced by systems to process the components. And you place all of this within a scene. Equals you can call it a library if you want. Just stores all your entities. So your scene, when you want to render it, goes through all of your entities and renders them. Probably using a rendering component. Well, actually no, it uses the data within whatever component it needs. And that's an ECS. So let's store some entities. How many entities are we going to have? 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Ooh, what about 1,000,000? How many entities are in a scene? I'll show you something. We'll go to Steam. That's a bad idea, isn't it? That's got downloads on it. Bad idea. Here we go. Let's see if we've got a download for Guild Wars. I like Guild Wars. This is the combat system I want. How many entities can you see here? Look at every single one of these little dots that's moving. How many entities are in this one scene? I love this theme that they've got. It's very clever. It's blurred because there's timelines. Will Lion's Arch actually load up? Okay, it's multiplayer. How many entities? Got people flying, people walking around. I've got presses. What about the map? What about all of these leaves, this moving around? What about this shiny object over here? What about this shiny object here? What about these shiny objects with all the little sparkles coming off? How many entities are in this scene?
This area is very popular with the children and those easily excited. Behold.
1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000? A lot. I'm going to count all entities in troll numbers, which is 1, 2, 3, a lot. A lot 1, a lot 2, a lot 3. Big amount of lot. That's troll counting. Trolls do that in D&D. Honest. Jokes aside, how many entities can we have? As many entities as it takes. So let's go to scene. And our class. Registry. That's an interesting idea. Alright, we'll have a registry. What will it be? A registry of entities. So that isn't really a registry, it's an entity registry. Isn't it? And it's a variable, it's going to be a member variable. But we don't know how many. Let's try something which I don't normally use. Well, I do normally use in C, but not in here. We'll try one of them. So a vector requires a type. And it's U32, isn't it? Which is an entity. Because that's the U32. How does it know about entities? Wasn't expecting that. No, there's nothing in here. Components, maybe? Are we getting that through components? That's fishy. I haven't done anything with this entity system. How weird. I was expecting to have to put that in. But hey ho, I'll put it in anyway. Right. So, a standard vector. How big is a vector? It's empty. How big can a vector go? Big. Lots. And that's perfect. That's perfect. But there's something about vectors that you do have to know. Memory. Okay. And this is where everything gets a bit technical. I'm very, very sorry about this, but we're going to have to talk about it. Because adding that changes everything. And we have, on a computer, we have memory. Let's do it over here. So, memory. You have CPU. Yeah, that went wrong. And main. PC. There's your stack. Is that heap? God, which one's which? I can't remember these things. I'm too old. In C++, when you use the new operator to allocate memory, this memory is allocated in the application's heap segment. The address of this memory is passed back by an operator called new and can then be stored in a pointer. You do not have to worry about the mechanics behind the process of how free memory is located and allocated to the user. So yeah, that's your heap. So what's the other part? Is it just heap and stack? Or is this the wrong way round? No, heap. Must be your main memory. If that's where pointers are going. So the main PC has a heap of memory. And your CPU has a small amount of memory inside it. Which is where the stack is. Now, currently, we are using, if you declare a variable, int x, that will go on the stack. If you declare a variable int star x, that will go on the heap. This goes on the heap. This goes into main memory. It's slow. It has to go outside of the CPU to retrieve the memory. So I'm going to call this slow memory, which is a speed factor. So our ECS is not going to be fast because we've used a vector. You can use an unordered map, or an ordered map for that matter, and that will speed things up. Could be interesting. Because then we could put the name in, couldn't we? There we go. What else are we going to need? We're going to need components. So each of these entities has components. So what are we going to call that? The component registry? We can do, I suppose. And how many are there going to be? Well, lots per entity, maybe. That's an interesting idea. Let's make another vector, because I don't want it to be fast. I don't care about it being fast. I'm not having performance issues on this computer. This is going to be entity, comma, component. What do we call our component? Oh yeah, we don't know, do we? We don't have a class for components. And that's a problem now. Let's call it a component registry. We don't have a component. We have an entity as a class, but we don't have a component as a class because it'd be empty, wouldn't it? All the constructors are inside of separate components, and all the components are different names. Would that work? Yeah, I'm thinking of doing models as well. 3D models. Don't worry about that. Where's my common? This is C, not C++. You see how it's all structs. Here's the ECS. Actions, where's the ECS gone? Okay. Monster AI, game component. Health status, where's the other components? Void star component I've used. So object ID is your U32 and I've used an integer like an idiot. So I want that one. That's a game object with components. Can have, and in this version it can have up to 64 components, so that's quite a lot, but there you go. Let's see if that'll work. Because we don't know what component is, do we? We'll have to define a component somehow, and I think the best way of doing that is probably I've called it game object. That's just the name of a variable. I don't think it likes that. I think it's looking for a type in here, isn't it? Yeah, it is. The type of that is a void star. So yeah, we can do it that way. So we don't need a name. Okay. Worked it out. Entity. So the entity it belongs to, obviously. And a component, which we don't know what type it is. So I'm going to call it a void star, because I have no idea what it is. I think that's an easier idea. Remember, that's just a U. I could put U32 here. But there's no point. We may as well call it entity, because an entity is a U32. And a void star, yeah, is a component. I like that. I don't know. Whether I want to reference that or not. I don't want it anywhere near the CPU, I know that. Because Stack Overflow is going to be the error you'll get as soon as this lot fills up. You will overflow your CPU's memory, not your main memory. I'm thinking of putting a star here. I really am. Then they will just be pointers of memory. What happens when the memory goes up? It will recreate the vector and move everything across. Will that cause problems? Do I need to do that? If I don't put a star there, the actual entity register could be kept on the CPU, and that would be awful. But I'm sure standard vectors don't do that. So this is where we have a pointer problem. A pointer will put things outside of the CPU, which is why we're using a referencing system to put things outside of the CPU. Okay, C++ standard vector. Let's have a look at it. Let's see where our memory's going. And it matters hugely Okay, standard vector is a sequence container that encapsulates dynamic size arrays. So it's an array, but it can be any size. And it will grow and shrink, and then reallocate memory as it requires more memory, and that will involve a copying of the whole thing into a new area of memory. Now, how the memory is assigned is usually in pages. So when one of these is created, a page of memory will be allocated. When you have filled up that page, it will then want 2 pages. So it will have to find an area in memory where 2 pages will fit and move everything there. And that's why vectors are slow. Polymorphic, yeah, right, that's a nice word. Means nothing. Elements are stored continuous, well, next to each other in a line, just like a normal array. It means the elements can be accessed not only through iterators, but also using offsets, just like an array. So you can access it like an array. For instance, if I type in that 1 equals 1, I think that's where the star comes in. Equals entity. One or whatever. You should be able to access it like that, but I don't think we can do that in here somehow. We're going to find out later on how this is all going to work, because I've got no idea how it's going to work. Reallocations are usually costly operations, and that's what I've just been talking about, this memory in terms of performance. So you can reserve an amount of memory ahead of time if you wish to. Random access you can do, insertion or removal of elements at the end, so you can push to the front, push to the back. You can remove front, remove back. Emplace, I think, is an allocator. Swap, assign, shrink to fit. Yeah, emplace, insert and emplace. You can resize it, erase elements and all elements after them, including end. Pop back and push back. So you can put things on the back and take things off the back, erase things. Alright, T's, allocators, pointers. So we can do pointers. Doesn't tell me where my memory actually is. So got all the equals to and everything, erase. Thinking about this, because if we do make these into pointers, then we have to use an erase and a delete. So we can use like that kind of things for all of the entities or entities in entity register. We can output them or do whatever we want with them. And basically that'll be an a U32 effectively. Output. Yeah, that's okay. Retroactive to previously published C++ standards, continuous storage of elements of vector was not required. It is now. Access of the underlying storage of an empty vector resulted in UB. Data function provided. In other words, if a vector was empty, you would get undefined behavior if you try to access it. Could be a bit awkward. Actually, that would be very awkward. I think we can leave them empty now. In that memory, where is the memory? Copy construct, copy assign. Yeah, we've got those. Good. Right. Dynamically allocated storage must be released in the same evaluation of constant expression. Yeah. Otherwise, it uggers up because the size decreases as you try. So if you're using a for next loop and you try to erase individual items, be careful as the size changes, which means your index changes. So the normal for loop might not work. It's not going to tell us. Shrink to fit. Alright. So vec insert, it's just going to be vector wherever. You can use brackets, so I don't know why they've done that. Begin +1, interesting. That's weird. It currently describes the operator as access or insert specified element, which is incorrect, since standard vector operator blob blob never inserts an element, unlike std map operator. Okay, maybe we should use a map. This is because the description uses the standard operator at template. Okay. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll learn how to use it properly as we go along. Let's see how they've done that. PI. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Alright, so I've had a look at the vector. I think we're going to be alright with just naming them. Don't want Stack Overflow errors, that's what I'm trying to avoid. So we'll need add entity and add component, I guess. Add entity. An entity is a nothingness. I think we might need an entity count, you know. And we can start that at 0, obviously, because there won't be any. We'll probably need a component count as well. It might be a good idea. You could say size of. That might work. But what does size of return? So I'm not sure about those two. We could use that. That might work. Just thinking through how to use it. What will we know about an entity when we start? We won't know anything about the entity. Will we want to give it a name? Yeah, okay. We'll do that. It's a const. And that's a ref. That looks alright. Right, let's start getting this organised now, shall we? I write down the page, not across. We'll pop you in. That's a definite. So when we delete an entity, what are we going to delete? Just an entity. So add. I guess remove. Should really bring up the notes. Where did I make the notes? Ah, they're here. Okay. That's better. So we've got add entity. Remove entity is just going to take an entity, isn't it? And we're going to delete it, so... Can't do much about that. Why won't it let me do that? Is an entity not an item? It's an object. No, it does let me do it. Good. If you're wondering why I write down a page, it's because I sometimes have 2 pages up, and I do like to be able to read things. So it's looking good. We've got an ECS starting up. What else have we got in here? A view. Component type. What that will do will, according to the ENTT version of this, it will create a copy or list of components which you can then iterate through. This is very, very useful, and is possibly one of the most useful functions in the whole damn thing. The only trouble is theirs is a template system, mine is not. I don't like the template system because it means you have to add a real load of rubbish to your own system to make it work. ECS doesn't need templates. It needs an unsigned integer for an entity and a component of any type. All you need is storage. That's what an ECS system does. It stores everything. It stores data that relates to an entity. So I like that. I like the idea of a view. I like the way they named that. It's just naming conventions that I'm looking at. Add entity and remove entity is obvious. Add components and remove components is obvious. So let's do those as well. Because there are auto components that every entity will have, like a transform, a place in a name, a UUID. They'll all have, so add entity is going to do quite a bit. It's going to create a few components to start your entity off. So let's have, we can use void, by the way, because everything's being stored within the scene, so everything's here. Add component. Now to add a component, all we need to know is the entity. In other words, who we're adding and what we're adding. That might help. And we don't know what type it is. Yes, I'm doing C programming in C++ again. I'm doing it all the time. Don't ask me why I do it this way. I just find it easier to write in C than I do C++. It's simpler. C is so much simpler. Remove component. Yeah, okay. We'll do that. And again, it's going to be the same. It's looking good. So we've got the adds and removes. That's your main ones. I'm going to need a private function as well. Called exists. And it's a bool. Do I do 2? Or 1? Let's keep it simple. Let's do 2. So we're going to have entity exists. I was going to have to check the entities for an entity. And we'll have a bool for component exists. There's no use trying to delete and add things. Well, add something that already exists or delete something that already exists. Component. And that's just going to take the void star component. Takes both. That's why I was wondering whether to put them together. Interesting. We'll think about that one as we get to it. Probably alter those. Right, okay, created the definitions for those, save all. Lovely. So we're starting to get a scene together with entities. We can now add entities, remove entities, add components, remove components. Check whether entities or components exist. What else can our scene do? It has an onUpdate function. Ooh, nice. I think we're going to have that view. What is the view going to return? Components. Or a component type. I don't like that one. Because we're going to void star it. As a return type. I used to just call this get components. Get a view. So it's not going to return a void, it's going to return a void star. It'll return a pointer of no type. That's what a void star is. And we'll take a view of any component. Do we need to know the entity? I'm just trying to think what to call things. It's just naming conventions and things like that that's going to be the problem at the end of the day. I don't like that. It'll work though, won't it? I bet it works. So we'll do it. I think that's the easiest way of putting that. Let's save that out. Yeah, it's looking okay. See what I mean by having to place these downwards because you can't see them as they go across. Makes everything so much easier to work with. Alright, that's just notes. As we make them, I guess we'll change them. I think that's always a good option. Do we have enough here? Do we need to do anything else? Doubt it. I've got brackets somewhere. I've lost me brackets. No, that looks okay. I've lost a bracket somewhere. And I bet it was when I was messing around with the doofries. I wish you wouldn't do it like that. Undeclared identifier. Looks pretty... Ah, yeah. Oh, no, it's got a default. Yeah. What's the problem with that? Because that's all actually an entity. Just keeps an eye on those. Why is that undefined? Would you say? It's not a valid template type. Interesting. So that's just caused me a load of errors because it's not valid. How weird. Do all of these have to be pointers? Please, no. No, they don't. Now, why aren't they valid? I've just read the documentation, it says that it's valid. It's not, though. It's not. I've got a bracket missing somewhere, I'm damn sure of it as well. No matching token found. It's there. Oh. Have I removed the last token? Yeah, I have. Let's have a look at our tokens here. That's okay. That one's okay. That one's okay. That one's okay. Those are alright. Why can't I open that file? Because it's here. I don't know what it's talking about. I would understand if that one was a bit dodgy, because it looks dodgy to me. Standard factors, why are you so difficult to use at times? Oh, I've used a different one in here, because there's no C version of Vector. I made my own. That's why. Whoa, come back. All's forgiven. Let's find out what's legal. You just put the type in. An entity is a type. Or a class. hate doing that. That looked a bit better. Undeclared identity. Thing. It's declared there. It's got nothing in it. Why hasn't it got nothing in it? It has to be specified. Am I not like... Ah, I've got to keep them here. It has to go in here. Oh god, that creates more errors. What the hell's wrong with this? Alec Void Star. Ah, yeah, I thought that might cause problems. Ooh. It'd have to be an enum. Alright, starting to work this out now. The last one will always be number of components. Can I do it that way? I think I can. Let's see how far we get with that. Instead of a void star, that does sound a lot safer. Yeah, the seem to be increasing quite nicely. Components, okay. So that's an int. Or a uint. Okay. I'm glad I know we're going to see. Come on. Oh, damn you. What's wrong with your allocators? Alloc int. It's... oh, Jesus. Why do we always get templates? You know the size of an int. It's taking the Michael. Must be a class or namespace when followed by... What the hell is it talking about? Alright, it doesn't like this vector. See reference to class template instantiation. I'm starting to think map. It might be better. Sorted associated container that contains key value pairs with the unique keys. Yeah, keys are sorted by using the comparison function. Search removable insertion operations have logarithmic complexity maps. Are usually implemented in red-black trees. Yeah. Everywhere the standard library compare requirements uniqueness. Standard map meets the requirements of a container. I do have vectors, don't I? And maps. What have we got? Yeah, I've got a vector. Je ne comprends pas. It says class T. That's type. And then class vector. Ah. Oops. Goddamn strange. I'm thinking of going on to loading 3D models at this rate. It's so much easier. Okay, let's try something different. Two-dimensional vector. Oh god, we've got one of these pages, have we? Oh. Really? Vector of vectors. VTRIJ, where's the second part of the vector? Alright, that's just confused the hell out of me, because I've never used the vectors like... I've never actually used C++ vectors. I've used C, because I make my own, as you can tell. But I don't do it like this. Okay. So, program that initializes a two-dimensional vector. And the initialization... Let's blow this up a little bit, shall we? So we can all see it. Oh. Okay. Okay. No, that is definitely not correct. I understand the principles behind this, but I don't like it. Number of rows, comma, standard, right. that makes it nearly interesting. So that's allowed. That's a two-dimensional vector. So that one there replaces that one there. There's your U32, and there's the int for the component, which is now an enum class. Okay. Why is it wrong? Maybe it doesn't like that. Does it not like my abbreviations or something? Oh, we're down to 11 errors. Thank God I can cope with the 11 errors. Why is entity not working? Je ne comprends pas. There's something wrong somewhere else. That's not working. That's not. It's the entity that's not working. Oh. God damn. That's why. It's an include. I've got a loop, an include loop. Entity includes, scene includes entity, and entity includes scene, and we've got a loop. Okay. Well, I just take it by reference. Why am I doing a star? How big is the scene going to be? What does it hold? 2 vectors. Get out of it. Where else am I starting to use pointers that aren't needed? Okay. Alright, let's get this entity scene going properly. Now I need it. I can put it in here. Now it's happy. Cool. And those are just handlers. M scene equals other M scene. Ah. We don't have that for scene, do we? It's going to be a number. There's only going to be one scene. I'm not having that many scenes. There you go, you're happy now. Should only be one scene. But I guess you could have others if you wanted them. Alright, I'm happy with that a lot now. We have resolved our problems with includes. Good. Done. Okay, we have an ECS. All done. So, how are we going to actually use it now? So, to add an entity, scene, do we want to develop a scene? Do we want to give the scene a name? Blah-de-blah-de-blah. How complicated do we want this scene to be? At least it now seems to work. I'll leave that one. Right, how do we want to define a scene? What defines a scene? And we called it a U8, didn't we? ID. So I'll have a U8 ID, and we'll have a name. Let's call it something. Right, well, that lot was rubbish. I'm going to keep these notes. Get rid of that one. Okay, right, let's have a look at these now. We don't need to define them. Those are legal. So we'll ignore those. U8. That's a unsigned integer, or uint8 underscore t, if you want to put it in full and you don't want to use my abbreviations. We'll just have an ID. And we'll have a standard string as the name. That'll do. I can't really think of too much else. If there's anything you can think of, just say so. You know, it's perfectly fine. I don't mind suggestions. Look, I've even given you a red background with stars on it. Isn't that nice? Alright, let's sort this out. Colon, and we are going to make m underscore. Did I just put small ID? I like big ID. There you go. Yes, you can work in two files at once. That goes to ID. Ba-dum-bum. Do I really want this part? Yeah, I do. Name. What about these vectors? What about these vectors? I'm so tempted to make them in awkward. Leave alone. That'll do. That's a constructor. That'll do. For now. Good. Done. I think just delete that one. Ideas. Okay. So how do we add an entity? Why did these just go red? What the hell? Why is everything going red? Why is that not allowed? Oh, whatever. It's only goddamn notes. Jesus Christ. You're not allowed to do that with notes. Weird. C++, you're weird. Right, we've got a registry. And we've got a name. So, ID. I'll just do that. ID. I'll do it in full first. If it's empty, it will return 0. If it's got the contents of one item, will it return 1? Yes. Well, there's your ID. So, what we're going to do then, we are just going to do what do we say we're going to put in here? Uint 32s into the registry for entities. ID. We can use size. Right, so we've got an entity. We've just added an entity. I'm just thinking, what should this return? At the moment, we're not returning anything. We're just adding an entity. We're not telling them what the entity is. I think we should return the ID. At least. For now. I think that might be a good idea. I don't actually want that. I want them to have to specify. We're going to demand it. Add entity. It's not even come up as an error yet. Using a U32. That's a few million entities you can have. Okay. Right, well that's the simplistic overview of adding an entity. This is where you start thinking. What does an entity have? It has components. What should every entity have that ever exists within your game? Let's say a location. We'll give it a name. A UUID. A unique identifier, which is used for internal only. Otherwise, integration starts becoming a problem later on. Anything else I can think of? What else have we got in components at the moment? An ID. That's its UUID. So why don't I call it UUID? Universal Unique Identification. Please call things what they are. So we're going to give them UUID a name. Why is that wrong? Do this properly. We've actually got to designate all of these. A name. Model matrix component, which is wherever the hell they are. Don't need anything like that. We haven't got an add camera. So it's this slot here, up here. No mesh. Yeah. Get rid of that. Alright, let's start putting this together. So name component. Start constructing ourselves the system now. And that should be it. I've literally killed everything else. I'm going to put that at the top. Not sure what to do with it at this point in time, because we are not looking at the camera. I'm not even sure I want that as an entity, but it should be, because it's got a position. Even though we're going to just ignore it. In fact, you could construct the camera on scene startup. The scene can construct the camera for you. Interesting. But that's a whole different can of worms. Because then you have to integrate the scene into the rendering process, which we have to do anyway. At the moment, I just want to keep it all nice and separate until I can get it to compile properly. Location, name, UUID. Well, at least we've got some components now. Oh God, I hate it when he does that. Okay. So we don't need to use the word entity, do we? But we should. Because we haven't actually created one. And this is where it all starts becoming a bit weird. Because we should. But we're not storing it. I'm starting to think that. I'm starting to think it should be... this is not going to work, is it? What have I got inside of an entity? The handle and the scene. We have to put it somewhere. Simplify it. Simplify it out. Why do we need a scene? There's only going to be one. Okay. That's better. That's a real entity now. Good. We're not messing ourselves about. But it's fictional. We've got a fictional entity that I want to store. That's weird, isn't it? I'm getting to the stage, do I actually need it? Do I need this? Is this overcomplicating the issue? I think it is. What I'm actually doing, the scene is becoming the entity. Ah. Whoops. Now I see what I've done. That's in the wrong place. the entity handle is absolutely irrelevant. No. I'm too indecisive about this. Because here we should create an entity. Now my registry doesn't work. Why? I'll save. Might help if I put it back in there. Now save. Thank you. Now I am starting to understand why this isn't got it. Yeah. Entity. It's got to equal a new one. And it's got to be a star. Yeah, this is starting to come together now. Stupid, but it's true. Gotcha. That's what I want to push back. Will you let me do that? Interesting. Oh, we've removed the scene, haven't we? Simple. I don't care what scene you're in. Oh, for God's sake, please. Not today. Good grief. Don't like that. Ow. What have I just done? What the hell just happened? Don't delete my stuff. Why the hell are you in What? You just went to render 3D next to my shader API. How? What? Good God. That's better. Thank God for Git. Git saves my life when this thing does weird things. I'm starting to remember how to do this, God help me. Possible loss of data from a size T to a U32. This is correct. That's bad. Why are we doing it? Alright, yeah, I agree with that. Totally. What's the other one? None. Unresolved external what? Unresolved external symbol, main referenced in function int copy decal blah blah blah. Main void, yes, what the hell is it done? What's wrong with that? Je ne comprends pas. Here. Check. 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 Actually, we can get rid of that whilst we're at it. Check. Has it actually done that? Put it in here somewhere as well? Boom. Somehow it's buggered it up. Fantastic. Main's here, you twerp. Amber skies. Please don't tell me it's put it back in here. No, it hasn't. So, what's wrong with linking now? It's all in there. Unless main's disappeared somehow. It usually means it's been included twice. No, go back to your output. It's on 3, which is a test 2D layer. Two succeeded, one failed. Main referenced in function in its CD metal. Yeah, blah blah. Yeah, that's right. One unresolved externals. It can't find main. It's a header file. It's here. I can find it. Let's try it now. Goddamn thing excluded it from the project. I said revert. So he should have included it back into the project. Stupid. Okay. Everything's working nicely. The plan is coming together. We now have an ECS. We have components, which we haven't a clue if they work. We have an entity, which should have all the component added thingies. Or adding thingies. That's correct. Scene H. We've got an add entity. Let's fill in the entity now. Otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, we now actually have an entity. We can now add the scene if we want. Scene ID. I'm up for that. So m_id, which is a U8. So if we go back to entity, we can do that. It's starting to work. U8. scene ID. Yeah, I know I'm going back on what I said before, but an entity, yeah, okay. Never mind. I do want this in, as it could matter later if I want to expand this. Just make it easy to expand. I'm starting to look better now. I'm starting to like it. And that means we're doing good. I'm not starting to doubt what I'm doing anymore. Okay, let's get this sorted out. Now we've got it. I shall leave that alone. Entity handle. We've called it the same thing, haven't we? Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. That is just lazy. Should be entity. Really. ID. Scene ID equals other. Scene ID. Lovely. It's working. I type in and things work. Wow. Awesome. I'm happy with the entity. Yeah, I suppose. Can we add components from here? I think we can. Right, well, whilst I'm thinking about we can, I'm going to go and grab a cup of coffee because I think I deserve one now. We've got it working. It's working. Yay! I think we can. Everything's been reduced to numbers. We've now got a horrible pointer. That's perfect. We've got disgusting things like that in here. I know he's working. Good. Coffee time. Go get yourself a drink, stretch. Give me a couple of minutes. pretty dark. Lovely. Okay, adding components. First of all, get the components in the right place. Now include. Components are included here. Enum class goes out. We cut and we put in components. And there he goes. One enum class. That's all the components are now in the right place. It's called components. That's looking good. It is just an int. That's okay. That does work. They can go. Our class cleanup has happened. We now have a scene. Get rid of that altogether just in case I hit it again. So we're going to add some components. How this works is pretty simple. We need under entities and add component. What did I call it? Components. Now we can add components. It returns a bool. Why? Because it has to. Oh, we're going to use a switch or an if statement. No, I don't really want to. You got to remember that that's just a number. Oh, OneDrive, look back at your memories. Thank you, OneDrive. You're superb. I don't have a memory. Wish it would know me better. So we can add a component now. I just undid that and it didn't come up with entity CPP being a bit naughty about it. Why not? Because I didn't do that. There we go. We can now add components. Return false, yes, because we're not doing anything. Good. So here, we just add these three components, don't we? Yeah, I guess. So, entity. It's a star. Point to it. Add component. And what component are we going to have? We're going to have component. And the first component we want to do is whatever. UUID. A bit like that. And that's how you add a component. Isn't it easy? I like C. Add component. Which one's this one going to be? Component. Name component. entity. Add component. Now these go into the entity, don't they? Yep, they do. Alright, we'll do it that way. I wouldn't normally do it that way, but hey ho, that's the way it's turned out. Model matrix. Done. So we're going to add those 3 components. Cool. Location, name and UUID. Now with each of these we might need some information. So on the name component we can add entity. We've got a string here. That's a bit awkward. Sorted. No, that is the correct way of doing it. We add the name here. Right, that goes there. Just got to get these in the right order, that's all. And I think we're finished. If we return the entity exists as a pointer. The entity will have components within it. We're looking good. There we go. Complete. Nearly. Except for that one line. Because we haven't got get component yet. So that's that part done. Meanwhile, over in the entity, we need to be able to add components. So the scene doesn't store the components. One sec. Just pop you in. The scene doesn't store the components, it has a registry of entities only. Each entity can handle its own components because this is C++, not C. So we can actually do it differently than I would do. So we can put our component registry within the entity. Now each component is just a number. Still thinking about that void star. We don't need a double because we're inside of entity, so we don't need this to be two-dimensional anymore. Will it do a void star? I know. Because if it does, it's fine. If it doesn't, it's a bugger up. It'd be a lot easier if it would. It will. Oh my god. Well, that's interesting. We are going to need to get that. Components stored as a void star. I'm thinking it might be better as an array. Can't do it as an array. That'll give you a component, but we'll be able to access it. What do we need to ask for? I think I'd prefer this as an array. What do we think? An array? A vector? It should be a vector. So, probably going to end up being a vector. We can't name the component. Got you. Alright. That'd be interesting. I'm going to try that. Alright, doesn't like it. Because we haven't got enough for these thingies. Okay. He does like that. A vector of vectors. Yeah, that would work. What do you think, Poppy? Oh, you want to jump all over me? That's fine. Because we're going to get component by component type. You can only have one of a component type. So we haven't put the error checking in yet. Don't worry. That's coming up. We haven't done the if exists type of thing yet. If an entity already exists, then you can't create it. Okay. I think that's going to be the only way we can do it. If we're going to add it that way, we can get it that way. Why not? So we're doing this weird thing. A very weird thing now. So to get from a component to the actual component, oh, that's fun. All right. Check if component exists. And return false. Yeah. Alright, so this is now going to be a return true case. What should we do? I'm going to use an if statement. If component is equal to well, we could do it the better way, couldn't we? We could name them. We've done them in that order, but it doesn't really matter. Component, I'm going to do it in the full version, I think, because it reads better, and that's UUID. Why haven't we got component here? And that's a UUID. I'm doing it the long-handed way, I guess. We just push back the component. Seriously? Can we do that? Dot. Push back. UUID. We haven't created it. Doesn't matter, that's not up to us. Okay. So, UUID component, this thing here, Do it in full. Equals a new. Component. Bet you can do that. Ooh, pushback doesn't like us. The registry's inside the entity. It doesn't goddamn matter, we don't need that. We just have to register a component. The rest of it's not up to that part. Okay, now we can do it. There we go. That's working. Coffee. So that's how you create a component. You see, there's another way of writing this. But I guess that's for later. A better way of writing it. You see, that is either equal to 0 or 1. And a pointer is a memory address. A null pointer is the memory address of location 0 in your memory. Do you get what I'm thinking? So if I was to multiply that memory location by the result of that Boolean expression, is this true or false? We could push back what the hell we like. It would be a null pointer. We're doing a void star. Null pointers are allowed, aren't they? Am I allowed to do that? Let's ask the compiler. The compiler says yes. I'm allowed to push back a piece of memory that doesn't exist. That's going to be dangerous. Very dangerous. But it opens up different ways of doing this. So I now know that that address, because that's what the star means, it means memory address of this component. We're making a new one at that memory address. We can, by multiplying that address by that, make it into a null pointer. How will we know to push it back? We can't use emplace because, yeah, that would still equal 0, and we could emplace to 0 the component and keep 0 as a null pointer component. But if it's equal to something, we can't emplace to a memory address because a memory address would be large. So that's the only part we have to get past, and we can take a whole if statement out to one line. If statements, if you don't know, are horrible. Because you know what's going to happen on this part, don't you? It's else. If. Do you get it? Every time we add a component to our system, mind you, we have to add it physically, don't we? We have to go to the entity and add it to this add component thingy as an else if. Is that a good way of programming? Is it hell as like? Now I realise that the component file is a header file only. So if we could change the component file without having to change the add components, that would be fantastic. Is there a way of doing this as a template in C++? I can't see it being a template. Could we do it as a hash define? As my body starts to hurt. But you can see what's coming up, can't you? What a hell of a piece of programming this would be if I... Yeah, well, what an ouchy piece of programming it would be if I carry on with this else if. You can see it, can't you? You can see it happening already. Let's do it properly. Let's get the spacing going. So it would be a name component. Doesn't matter what you call it. So we'll change that. Right, let's start by saying that this is the. So we don't need to change that anymore. The only thing that's changing here is that you can see what I'm pasting. And this is screaming out type T to me. But that's an integer, and that's a type. An integer is a type. I mean, it's okay at the moment because I've only got 3, but you know. There's limits. So there is a better way of doing this, obviously. Oops. Yeah, it works. We're only changing 3 parts every time. And of course there's an else. There's your false. I hate that piece of programming. Check if component exists. Well, the else if statement will do that for us. So that's complete. We've done all 3. Number of components. We could do a for next loop. You see, that's what this is for. So for example, I'll try and show you. For int index equals 0, whilst index is less than, and it is component. number of components, that's what that's used for. And then index, well, plus index. I'll do it the right way around for once. So that's what I'm talking about. That's what we should be writing. And why can't it be less than that? What's wrong with you? No operator less than matches these operands. Operand types are int, less than, amber components. And what is that? Equals 4. So we have 3 components, 1, 2, and 3. We don't count that as 0, so it should be from 1 really, shouldn't it? I'm counting from 1 because if it's a none, you goosed. So there's your for next loop. Now what I was saying is that statement there is either true or false. So that is the same as saying bool and you're allowed to do that. That is correct. I now know whether that is true or false. There's no if statement here, notice. But now I can go over every single component. And we're going over every single component using index. Okay. But that's an int, and our component isn't. It is now. So now we know which component has been sent in. That is the same as all of these if statements. How do we get this next statement here? And that's the trick. How do we convert a 0 to a star? Well, it'll be a void star pointer, won't it? So what we've really got here is something like, well, if you have a look at the entity itself, we've actually already put it in void star because we don't know what type it is. So we don't know what type it is, so it's going to be a void star. Void star. That's a variable name. Equals a new don't know. How do you get the type? How do we get it? And that remains the same. Is it just template? You don't actually need that, but I've still got an if statement there. Full test, yeah. We've still got a pushback of a null pointer. What we could do with one. We can start seeing what I'm trying to get at. That's not going to work, and I don't want to do that. And that's just asking for trouble. At the moment, anyway. So that's what we actually have. Not happy with it, but that's what we have. So when you want to get a component, we've got the same problem. But not really. What we could do is ask for a void star, because that's what the hell does. That becomes a type component. Could do it that way. Then we're being given the actual component to get. Yeah, that's better. And that's a for next loop. That's an easier one to do, isn't it? Whilst index is less than, yeah, it's less than whatever we've called this damn thing, component registry, dot size, and that's index, Oh, stuff it, I'm not going to do it the right way around anymore. It does me head in when I do that. So, type void star type component. How will we recognize that? It's a void star. I think that's why I wanted it as a two-dimensional. It is why I wanted it as a two-dimensional, isn't it? Because then we can identify it. Dum da dum dum dum. Shall we try that? What would happen if I made this into a two-dimensional array? Well, vector. Well, now you can't push that back, but what you can do, that's a number. Can you push it back? Or do we have to use emplace now? There's an interesting thought. That becomes an array. I don't know. Let's try it. Can't push that back. Okay, square bracket it. That becomes an array. And that can't be a push back, that would have to be an emplace. If it exists. Can't emplace something where there is no memory. Interesting. And this is why I think it's an array. Any thoughts? I'm playing with this in my mind, as you might be able to tell, obviously. Just playing with structures. Well, containers in this case. That would make more sense to me. Of course, it isn't an int. God. And it works. So to retrieve it, void component. No, we don't need that, do we? We can actually go back to this component thingy. That'll be interesting. Which would be easier, because it's an enum. We wouldn't need a for next loop, because that's actually in a placement. It's being pushed back into a list of model matrix components. As there can only be one, then the return is easier. So your m underscore component registry now holds a component or whatever the component is and a value. And it becomes that. I like that. That one works for me. God damn you. Okay, you work. What is that value? Is a void star. That value is a void star. Goodbye. If it doesn't exist, what is it going to do? That's a better get component, I think. Than that one. That I like, and that's why I'm setting it, well, trying to set it up this way, because a vector can be treated as a two-dimensional array. What will happen if it doesn't exist? Have I got to check if it exists? No. I have somewhere. But just not here. For that, we do have to, otherwise it's just going to go out of range. If somebody puts the number 5 in... Oh, wait a minute, there's an easy way of doing it. Whoa, hold on a minute. Check if it exists is simple. If component If you put in a component that is not correct, how do you check it within there? Well, it would be at int component. Let's just think it through. Just write it. If component, well, well, that'd be a null pointer, I guess. But I'm not sure. Where are we? Entity. Do it properly. Entity. Get component. Not found. I'm just going to do that to them. Start getting components that don't exist and you're an idiot. Let's be honest. I'm going to assert it. We'll crash the program on them. So that will work. I'm beginning to understand how this is working now. Complicates things, but hey ho. It's now got this thing. Interesting developing this kind of thing, because the logic problems that you can face and try and overcome, if you wish to, can be huge. If you want them to be. But that's all legal now. So it does, so we can use this two-dimensional array thing, which takes an integer. So its position inside these brackets, the first bracket, this outer bracket, is the position, which is an integer, 0 to wherever. And then on the second dimension you've got a vector, which you actually don't need. You could just take an int, or a 0, or the first thing, but we're going to put a vector there. Could put an array. We could change that to an array. But I'm not going to because it confuses me. Okay. So now we can add a component. We've got a true or false return. So we can check for errors. And we can get components. Wow. And we can do it all off an enum. I can just put enum there if you want. I don't have to put the word component. But it's better if I do, I think. Just tidy it up a bit more. Are we tidy? But that's a hell of a long line for me. C++ and its long lines. I wonder if we can get around all of this. That's something that I need to sit down and think about, isn't it? Okay, it's readable. That's a macro, by the way, Ambrose. You'll find it in common, where I put all my macros. So it's here, hash define. And who put that there? I'm not sure I like that idea. But I'm going to keep it. So that's how you do it. It's if not X. So, in my case, put false. Which is the opposite of true. Then it does that. Pretty simple, really. False. It's looking for a true statement here. False. Knotted equals true. Oops. So it does that. Yeah, got it. So you type in false, it reverses it, that becomes true, so the if statement is complete, and it will complete the code here. Right, gotcha. Jesus, too many ifs, nots, maybes. I prefer the maybes. I program in maybe. Okay. Add component, get component is now complete. So back in our scene, we are now adding 3 components. We can now get a component. That word is wrong. It's add new entity. Sorry. It has to be a brand new entity. If the entity exists, again, we have to check that. But it can't exist because all we're going to do is basically pile drive it through and smack in a new entity. Now again, if we make this into a two-dimensional, we can make a for loop out of it. So let's add new entity on update. Scene, yeah, we've got that far. Oh, well, we haven't done badly then. And we're adding it to a registry just in any order. Great. That's fantastic. That doesn't really help us. I'm just wondering which is faster to do, a single dimension or a two-dimension. And at the end of the day, who really cares? Oh god, child entities. Parent entities and child entities. That will probably change the whole goddamn thing into a two-dimensional array, because then it is necessary. But you can put parent and child within the entity itself. Okay. As a component. Good. Next. Solved. Remove entity. Ooh, there's a nasty one. Got add component here. Scene add component. Void star component. After what we've just been through, wouldn't it just be a component thingy? Okay. I think it would be, wouldn't it? Because that's how we're adding components. That'd be a lot easier. Yeah, it would. It's obvious what you can already see it, can't you? I wonder what we're going to do for this one. How's about entity? Does nothing. Why not? Entity. Hold on a minute, isn't this supposed to be a reference? Yeah, it's supposed to be a reference. Externally, how will they know? you'll need a get entity method. Yeah. We're going to have to keep this star thingy going here, I think. Yeah, we are. That's okay. Right, we need to be able to kill these entities as well. Good, we have a scene destructor. Should we use refs? We should use smart pointers. I bet it won't let me. I'm even scared to try. Just put in there ref. That. There's no chance of that working, is there? Nah. Let's not do it then. Keep it simple. Do them one at a time. And that becomes entity. Add component. Component. We started to write our own language with this. We're writing an ECS language. Yay! How do we kill them all? We've got to work that out now before I start doing get component. And get entity. Here. What do we got? What do we need to kill all of the entities in the scene before we go? Well, we should do this, but it doesn't really matter if we do it or not. I hate C++ for that fact. So what we have is this thing here with a lot of stars in it. And I mean a lot of stars in it. That one. We've got that. What are we allowed to do? Begin and you're right, okay. Capacity. Right, clear. Erase. Clear erases all elements from the container. After this call, size returns to 0. Invalidates any references, pointers, or iterators referring to contained elements. There you go, clear. That was easy enough to work out. I love reading manuals. That's it. It's clear it's dead. We haven't got this as a star. It's not a pointer itself. We don't need to delete it. That will happen there. That gets deleted there. When that finally happens, it dies by itself. Good. I'm happy with that. We've got all our memory back. That's that bit complete. Right, so we need to add name of component here. And we have this available to us. We've nearly finished part 1 of how to handle entities. Not very complicated, it's just what you can do, what you can't do, what the possibilities are. There's endless possibilities with ECS, and you can make it as complicated as you want. Me, I'm not a very complicated person, and I've got no memory. So it's not a very good idea for me to do that. So how you have to do this is it's really weird. Add name of component here. So what you do is you get entity, if I can spell it. Yeah, I can spell it. Good. That's the hardest thing for me, is spelling, because I've got no memory. Language gets very difficult. So you get the component. How do we want the component to look? The name component, which we've just added, so we know it exists. So I'll pop you in here. Now the name component, that will return a void star. And a void star is another pointer, but we've got nothing there. A dot, we've got nothing there. It's not getting anything. Oh, void star. Get component. Do it in full. We can cast it back into the original. I think that's why it's not working, because we've got a void star there. Interesting. So do you really want to see the full line in C++, or do you want to see the way I write it? That's the problem here. I don't know. Will it work from there? I don't know. There's no dot. Should be a pointer. There's nothing here. We've got no component. I wish it wouldn't do that. You have to put a space in so you can actually get IntelliSense. There's our name component. I'm going to have to put it on that line. Oh, God. And you can see it already, can't you? We can try it that way. But I don't think we can do it. Here we go. Oh God, can we just put this underneath? I'm running out of lines here. It's the entity part of it that it doesn't like. Oh, it's... No, that's right. Did we create an entity at all in here? Yes. We created it. Did I miss something? Yes, I did. We've got no get component. And that's why it doesn't like it. Probably. I'll leave it as a void. We can have a return on it. We'll have a return on it. It's a void star, isn't it? And let's get component. Does help if we actually have the thing available to us. This is right, isn't it? So add component, get component, alright. Okie dokies. I'll put a return in. Why is still doing this to me? No suitable constructor exists to construct from void star to amber name component. That's why. Alright then. We'll keep you as a void star for now, shall we? Where did get component go? Here. I need an entity, don't I? Because it's this line here. That... No, this is wrong. We're in the scene. It's undefined. No, it isn't. Right. I'm nearly getting there. With this one. Got to do it carefully. Right, that's correct. Okay. This isn't. Because we don't do it that way. We now get the component. Using our entity. And our component dodgy thing. Like that. So we've now got a name component. What can I do with it? Anything? It's a void star. How do you convert from a void star? It's a static cast. It's the only way you can do it. Let's try it again. Static cast. Name component. Star. I think that's what I forgot last time. It's a name component. Bloody IntelliSense. Component star. N. Now, is this correct? N. Arrow. M name equals name. That's way too much typing for that. So, that replaces that. Equals, there's a static cast to a bracket. Open brackets. We close those brackets after we have the component. Close the bracket then. We now have a static cast. Arrow. Nope. Oh, I've got name component equals. Come out. Remove you. And do it the safer way. What if it's here? It is there. I thought it was somewhere in there. Right, we can get rid of you now. Doesn't like the static cast, why not? Is it because we don't actually need this part of the line? Yeah. Thought so. And that's the instruction in C that I hate. Yeah. Isn't that fun? And that's how you set the name. And how you work out instructions in C++, bit by bit. Before you put them together into one set, into one long. I mean, if you want to see that in its full entirety, it's pretty simple. You just do that and deletes. So the actual line looks something like this. It's just that I hate this. Because I can't get it on the screen. But that's the entire thing. Which is why I write downwards. Every time there's a bracket opening or a comma, I hit return. Oh, that one doesn't go down. Does now. So that is how you set the name of your component. Don't you think that's fun? And there isn't a type def or typed construct in the whole of it. That is C, by the way. But in C, instead of static cast that, you would just put brackets there. You just put that in brackets and get rid of the static cast silly angle brackets thing and put that in front of this and it'd do the same thing. Grief, that was a line to write and a half, wasn't it? And this is why programmers come into difficulties in understanding not because I don't know how to program in C++. I've got no idea. I barely know how to program in C. I don't really know how to program, but look what I've actually done. I hope it works. Well, it builds. Don't know if it works. And this is from a person who can't program. According to professionals who can't even get it bloody well right and just leave bugs lying around everywhere. Because they don't take the time to think about what they're typing. As I found out. Very, very much to my dissatisfaction. That aside, we've got an ECS system. We can now create an entity and we can give it components. Great, that's wonderful. What do we do with it? Well, components require systems, and we've got lots of systems in Amber Skies. Look at all of these systems we've got. We've got a whole system of APIs going into OpenGL. All of these systems for OpenGL. And I've specified that we have to put in this component, a model matrix. Now, all of these, by the way, you can fill in at any time you want, as you need them. Doesn't really matter at the moment. But we have the basics now. We can add an entity, we can add components to an entity, we can access the components within an entity, even if it looks bloody awful. That will change. That has to be simplified somehow. But it means we can use it. We can now set up a scene, or try and run a scene. With entities. This is going to be funny. What haven't we got? What do our entities need? Well, that's where we started today, really. At the top of the stream, where we started originally. So, are all these saved? Yes, they are. Can I close them, please? They're doing me head in. We're going to find that we're missing some code somewhere. But you've got to remember, to actually develop a full ECS can take a professional programmer months. Literally months. And we've just done it in 4 hours. Sorry, professional programmers. Didn't mean to mess you about like that. It's not my fault. You're the guys that do it that way, not me. Right, so we started up at the top of this with this quad properties. With the properties, position, size and colour for our quads. Well, position we don't need, do we? We've got that. Let's go back to full screen. Yeah, you're over a grey space. You'll be alright if you type in chat. I know you're not going to, but it doesn't matter. Quad properties. Let's have a look at what we've got now within our entity. Because we have. If we say quad 1 equals a new entity within the scene, what do we get in return? Well, we get a load of components in our lovely little entity. And I've lost me arrow. There we go. We get these components. We've already set the name. Very nice of us. We haven't done the UUID yet, which we should do because I've actually gone to the trouble of programming the damn thing. Camera component we're ignoring because we're not doing the camera yet. Cameras should be automatic to the scene. You shouldn't have to say, oh, I want a camera. No, you get one free. The name component we've done. What's next on our list of components? So we haven't done that yet. We've done the name. Oh, there's only a model matrix left. So what's this model matrix? Well, this is a translation. That's that. That's where you place it within the scene. Rotation. Oh. We've got a rotation here. And a scale. Oh. We've got a scale here. What we're missing? Colour. Is the only thing we're missing. Well, a colour isn't part of the model matrix. It's part of your material. Dun 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 dun. How many of these silly things are we going to need? This one's simple, isn't it? So all you do is you find a nice simple component like this. Okay. There's our model matrix. I've got mesh component, but I was going to do 3D models today, as you can tell. What does that belong to? Oh, that's struct. Fair enough. What would happen if I said that we could have a material? Now we're getting into areas that are very complex, aren't they? There we go, we've got a material. What's wrong with you here? We've got a default. Oh. Sorry. Look at that. Well, wow. The only trouble is, not everything has a colour. Sound doesn't have a colour. Your camera doesn't have a colour. So your material component is now optional. Well, that's interesting. But if we did two quads and we just set them up and then add a material component to each. Yeah, okay, we'll split this in two. But we've done it for a reason. And the size isn't the same. Alright, so the size is now going to be a vec3. Just ignore the last number, maybe? That's an XYZ. No, we're not going to ignore the last number. what we do is we turn the last number into a default of 0. And then we ignore it. Because we don't want a thickness when dealing with 2D objects. Just remember that currently I haven't gone 3D with this, and I've done that on purpose to make sure I get the code right. But everything, all of this, is in 3D. Isn't it? No, I've got to change those to it. I can't do it with this camera anymore. This camera's bugging me. I'm sorry, but right button moves it around from now on. Sorry, guys. It's Alt, by the way, on the keyboard to activate it. I'm using which camera? 3D one. Easy to find, it's in 3D. Come here, you. So it's the left Alt key. It's this mouse button middle thing. It's on pan. I don't like it. I want it on the right mouse button. That one. Yeah, I write in English. Sorry, guys. I don't want to disappoint you. So, this panning around thing on the middle button, on my mouse that I've got at the moment, trying to click down the middle button, my hand doesn't work properly. But we won't go into that. So all I'm going to do is swap them around. This goes on to zoom now, which should be on the scroll wheel when you think about it, because the scroll wheel does that anyway. There you go. Alt. That's better. You see? A lot easier. Yeah. You got to admit. Oh, by the way, resizing of the screen works now as well. I've fixed all of that. And yeah, we've got a far plane. I think it's 100 meters away. It is, yeah. And that would be about, that's a meter square. That's 2 meters by 1 meter. If you want to know the relative distances that I'm using to keep it designed in my head properly. Interesting. So we're going to mess around with this component thingy, won't we? So to actually have an ECS, we have to have a scene. Well, we don't have to have a scene. You don't need a scene. You can construct, hold, and deal with your own entities if you wish. The scene is optional. Totally optional, in fact. So, under solution, can we just close all this rubbish now, please? There's way too much of it now. Did you know there's nearly 70 files? Oof, I think there's 70. I think that's how many errors are made. Amber skies, we include it. Oh, it went over there. Thanks. Click. Amber skies. Scene. Components. Have you noticed I haven't included entities? You don't. It's a scene that holds your entities, and they require components, and you have to interact with those components, and that's why components is there. So it's already up and running, but we didn't know that, did we? So what happens if I come down here, and when we set up the layer with our camera, notice our camera is still here, that's 45 degrees field of view, that's the aspect ratio, that's how near an item can come towards you, and that's how far away in meters. I'm using meters to keep it relative within my head. Here, we can have a new scene, can't we? This is already sounding interesting. Shall we see if it works? I don't know. Scene, please, Bob. Oh, we got one. We've got a scope. Okay. Where's the scene? SC. Oh, right. Why is it not coming through then? These are all the different things we've got. There's lots of them. It's there. Found it. Not sure I want to put a star there. So we'll use our referencing thingy. I think that might be a better idea. The camera doesn't matter. The camera's so goddamn small. Well, it's being moved out of here anyway, that's why it doesn't matter. Amber. Referencing system. We'll have a scene. That will turn it into a pointer, by the way. And we're just going to call it M_main scene. There we go. Simple as that. We now have one. So in our constructor, I'm just going to put comma. Main scene. What do we need for a main scene? We need an ID. One. Comma. And a name. How's about main scene? Pretty difficult to do. Does it have to be new or anything? I don't think I like it there. No, I don't like it there. No, don't like that. I'm going to use create ref, please. Create a reference. So it's a type T. Would be, wouldn't it? This is an amber scene. There we go. One of them. What do I put in here now? It's not going to work that way. I'll do it old school. And then convert it into a ref afterwards when I've decided I know what the hell I'm doing. That's usually the better way of doing things. Sorry to say. Keep it simple, make it complex later. Otherwise it won't work. That's better. I understand that. That's C. My problem is things aren't C at times, and I just don't really like what's going on there. Wow. Oop, that'll do. See, me squigglies have come up, so I've got to do this now. M underscore. I can do it here now, easier. It now equals a new this is so much easier to write for some reason. Scene, open brackets, and it is, oh, got two constructors. Ooh, I didn't realise that. Oh, that's the copy constructor. Wow. I'll call it 1, comma, and main scene. Everything makes sense, everything's happy. Squigglies will go away one day, but not today. Okay. There we go. We now have a main scene. Interesting. No OpenGL in it, is there? No. Okay. So, initialize first quad with those statistics. That is our goal. It's a pointer. Oh, wait a minute. Have we got a deleter here? We have. Thank God for that. God damn it. Type properly. I'll do it properly. We'll get rid of that one day. Main scene. With an arrow. Add new entity. Okay, we'll do that. Tab. Add new entity. And I'll take quad 1. Okay. Got brackets and garbage here, so we'll do that. Alright. I did have a drink somewhere. I'm sure I had a drink somewhere. Let me just go and check, Poppy. You'll have to move. So under scene.h, did we have add component completed? No idea. Think we did. Entity component. So we have to get entity. Do you know what we haven't got? We've got add new entity, but we haven't got get entity. That's not very clever of us. I knew I'd forget something. So this will return us an entity, luckily. So it's going to be entity star. I wonder if we should return it as an addition. We do. Wow. Alright, I'm not going to add this one yet, because I don't think I'm going to need it just yet. We will add it as we need it. I didn't realise I'd done that. So add new entity. Okay, what we can do then is we can type in entity star quad 1. It doesn't work. Good. Don't you just love that? Yeah, I can see why. Because it... don't like that. I don't likes that. We don't have entity, you see. We're not supposed to be dealing with them. Oh well, we'll have to deal with them, I guess. Hey, Amber Skies, where are you? Do we need to? Yes, we do. But I can get a component from here. But we need the entity. We could do an entity lookup. By name. We could. But for now, we'll just include entity. Might be just a little bit easier. Can we have entity now, please? Amber. Right, we now have our entity, quad 1, but it's local variable, as you might see. It's not got an M in front of it, which means we are not retaining it within the class. So this quad 1, or this referenced quad 1, dies here. We don't need to delete it. It just dies. Quad 1 will die. I don't know if this is going to wipe out our entity or what, but we're going to find out, because that's the fun. That's the fun of programming. It probably will, actually, knowing my luck. So, we've now got this entity. We want to add a component to it. And we want to add this new component, this brand new sparkling component material. Would help if I add it. It's not one of our... Oh yes, we've got to add it all the way through, haven't we? This is the problem that I was talking about. Not really much I can do about that, really, is there? Not at this point in time, because I don't really want to think about it. It hurts my head. You see, we've got this thing here. Ba-da-bum, ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba. And we just copy it over. As an else if. Else if the component equals whatever we just called it, material. Yes, no. Computer, hello. Jesus. This system is so slow. Okay. So material component equals a new material component. Paste. Add it to the registry for the entity. So that will go to that integer. Yeah. Push back the component. Yep, that looks right. So we can now add it through the entity. So here we just type in quad 1 with an arrow. We can now add a component. And the component, is it under Amber? Is our component system under Amber or not? It is. Amber, component, and we want the material component. So we've added it. Oh. But now we want to change the position. Okay. So it would be quad. I'm just keeping this closely up so I can actually think my way through it if I can. Get component, that works, we know that works, and it just wants our component, the Amber component, which is this one. I'm going to go into a separate line, sorry. That's now happy. Do we have an arrow? We don't, because I think we need that stupid static cast, don't we, into a material component. Yeah. So it's an amber. It's a material component star. Now we should be able to go here with an arrow. No, doesn't like it. I'm trying not to put the thing in front of it. We use a static cast. We went through the entity. But we're not. Yeah, we are. And at the end of the static cast, it needs brackets. Jesus Christ. Where do the brackets go? Because that's a semicolon. And it won't let me arrow it. Which means it doesn't like that way of doing it. I bet it needs bleeding brackets. No, it's still not picking it up. It's in here somewhere, you just got to find it. There it is. How crazy is that? That's the C way of doing it, by the way, not the C++ way of doing it. As you can see, I didn't use static cast, I used just the bracket method, which is the C way of doing it. So now we can put colour equal to whatever wanted the colour. Do I want to change the colour? Who's this on? Quad 1? No, I don't. But I do want this. We actually want to change the position. No, I'll leave it there for a minute, because we're going to do the position, aren't we? But down in our I'm on GUI update, quad 1 colour. And that's a dot. Okay. Because I'm using the colour editor. This is going to be interesting to see if it works. Wow. What the hell does this value pointer want? Oh, it is a pointer, isn't it? Oh, it doesn't know who quad 1 is. We are going to have to get that entity, aren't we? Not really. Z. Thank you. I'll just do that for a minute. So the quad 1 colour's being changed here. Okay. Well, it's not going to really affect anything, is it? Because that's global. And we're going to be changing this. Yeah, that's okay. I could just accidentally leave that there. Shh, don't tell anybody if I cheat. Okay, so position comes under model matrix. We've got the material. Yeah, quad 1, get component, amber, component. Ooh. We don't want the colour. We would like translation. Why did I call it translation? Because that's the correct name for it. So? Whose code is this? It's mine. Woo! Guess what I can do? How's about calling it position? Ah! That's fooled you, didn't it? Model matrix component. Oh, we could have added it. That's position. That's now position. Position. That becomes position. Hold on. Save quick before anybody notices. Oops. And what do we get on here? Position. What we're going to do is just remove that last thingy there. Put that equal to. Will it take a GLM vec 3? It will. Oh wow, cool. So that was that one done. Ooh. Now we'll go to this one. Yay! So it can be done, but it's a complete mess of code to do it. So what I am thinking is this complete mess of code can be hidden behind quad 1 set position. And then you just put in that. So this code here can be placed in something called set position. And we can use the entity to do it. That means we can put it into the scene. That would work nice. I'm trying to design an API for this. So what I would probably prefer is something like main scene, add new entity, main scene, it would be set position for the entity, and then it would just be quad 1, comma, GLM vec3. Something like that. Oh, better close the bracket, because I'll always forget. So instead of this garbage that we've got, we can probably, because every single entity has a position, it might be nice to be able to do that. I think I like that. Interesting. But you can see now how you can develop your code. So get rid of the mess. The user should not have to contend with this garbage. This is not allowed. That garbage goes into the engine. That's what we're trying to avoid. So quad 1, it wants a position and a colour. It would, wouldn't it? And a size. It's just not my day. Where do we put those things? Oh, that's easy then. Colour is in the material. Okay. That's going to be more difficult to contend with. And that's probably why I wrote this one like this. To make sure it was difficult for me to contend with. We'll call this quad 2, shall we? Just to give it a different name. Doesn't matter if you do or not. But, hey ho. So we are going to position it. Does it need a material? Yes, it does. I like this part. The add component part's okay. The components part on this side is awful. Components part on this side is okay. Weird. So if it's awful on one side, it's okay on the other. I love it. I love C++. It's wonderful. I'm just going to borrow you. Actually, I'll borrow the whole thing. We'll pop it in here. Don't forget to update your notes. That gives us a position. we'll do this lovely garbage code again. We will change it now to wherever the colour is. Colour is in the material. So there's your material. It's actually not as bad as I thought. I'm still going to change it. There's your colour. Size is back in here. We could have made that equal to something and just used it twice. That would have been probably a better idea, but anyway. This is going to be awkward. This is going to be an error. Because it's scale, not size. And as you can see, that's an error. I don't know if 0.0f will work, but we're going to find out, I guess. Blum, 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 blum. God, this is going to look awful. Set the clear colour. We now have initialized our two models as ECS entities. It's a total mess, as I expected, but it's the first time we've tried this, so hey, can't expect everything in one day, can we? So on update, this is where the fun really starts, because look at what we're doing here. This is going to be awesome. I mean, that was bad enough. Okay. It says I have to rotate clockwise and anti-clockwise for each quad, but we won't probably do that straight away. Just ignore that for a second. I want to be able to draw them. So what I really want to do is entity quad 1, which we'll probably have had to do for the rotation anyway, so I may as well do it up there. Entity quad 1 equals M main scene no, we don't have get. This is where we do need get. Right, okay. Now we're stuck. I knew we were going to get stuck sometime. So scene. Could you please give me an entity? We don't know anything about this entity except for its name. That's interesting. Okay. It goes here. So it would be an entity star. And that would be get entity from the scene. We only know a const std string by reference name. That's all we know. How can we make this easy? Because where is that name? Well, we've added it. I know that because it obviously created a few problems. So we need to find it. How do we find by name the entity? Now I'm doing this the wrong way, but I'm not going to say anything about that just yet. What I should do is get a list of entities and then change the rotations. And go through the list in a for next loop. That would be better. So what I could ask for is a view of components. A component view then. Instead of getting these entities like this. Do we want the facility to get a single entity though? Yeah, it would be nice. But we don't need to because we're going to be doing both. We could also return a tuple of name and entity. Sorry, name and matrix. What, Poppy? What are you squeaking at me for? Is it going? Oh God, yeah. I'm running over. I'm running over on time. She's squeaking at me. Do we have a program that works? Let's find out. What have I just done here? Oh, it's going to return a null pointer. Okay. I'll put a to-do marker on it. That's where I'm up to. Try build. Find out how many mistakes I've left in the program. That many, huh? Poppy, we've left all those mistakes in, but we've changed the scene. Because we've been deleting things. And there you go. Why is that? because they're not initialized anymore. Sandbox. No, we're not in Sandbox. Thank you. Okay, that's okay. I can't see a problem there. These do have starting positions, don't they? Yes. These all have values. So this is with the code I've added then. Doesn't matter if I initialize that or not. Okay. Does colour matter? No. Not at all. Ah. I've got a GLM radians just lying around there. I see. Yeah, because I commented it out like an idiot. Okay. Okay, that's better. Okay. Looks a little better. It says it's okay. It's not. What's the error? Are you going to tell me the error? You're not going to tell me what the error was. We failed an assertion. Great. And that's very descriptive. It's code 3. We failed an assertion. Visual Studio, you are absolutely fantastic. Thank you. Exception thrown. That's better. We've triggered a breakpoint. Container debug level. Ooh. Greater than 0. Ooh. Have we done a search on it before it's created? Comes under Create Application, Sandbox, Application, Push Layer. Oh, I remember this. Oh, it's this unattached thingy. So, it's coming from here, where we try and add a new entity. Unattach is happening when? Do we have a main scene? We have. It's number 1 and it's called main scene. We actually do have a main scene. So that's not a problem. It's got numbers and stuff. That could be a problem then. So we're adding a new entity here. Entity, add component, name component. Do we have a constructor without a name? I bet we don't. Because that's what we've done. We come to push back the component. Why are we in the UUID component? That didn't make sense. Oh, that's the next line, is it? So it's operating on this. The UUID component is there. Add component. So is this the first component we're trying to add? It is, isn't it? Oh, bless. Bless you. So we come into here. We are on the UUID component, so the if statement is correct. And we're trying to push that back into int component UUID. And I bet it's in place. I don't think that's a pushback. You see, the size is 0. That doesn't exist. That's just not here. We can't go there and push back because it doesn't exist. Whoops. We could initialize components. It's accessing a null pointer. That I already know that before I even go any further. I don't need to look at the next, what it's doing inside there. Let's have a look though. That's where we are now. And we trigger it on the container debug level greater than 0 when it isn't. It is 0. Vector subscript out of range is the problem. It doesn't say it here. It just says, oh look, you've done this. But if you have a look at the code, it tells you on the right here, of course, off the page, that the vector subscription out of range. And I already knew that by just reading it, reading the numbers it was giving. So the container is ooked. We need to set the container up first. We have to initialize it. Okay. That's good to know. That's where we're up to. Fantastic. I don't mind things like that because that's helpful. It helps you program. But when it doesn't give you any errors, it's a real annoyance. Just gives you blank screens. So to make the program work, we cannot set these entities up currently. So need to initialize the container for holding entities at start of add new entity. I already know the answer because it just told me. Entity. So that means we cannot do that. So that's a control K/, and obviously we can't do this. That's a shame. I was hoping to get that working today, but I knew that when I was thinking through it with the containers, am I really choosing the right type using a vector? I don't think I am still, but I'll be calling it from anywhere else. No, we only got tier, didn't we? Thank God. At least we didn't do the whole code. Alright, so that's what we've got now, unfortunately. But as you can see, there is actually still a problem. Oh no, there isn't, that's correct. One's behind the other. That's interesting, it's the wrong way round to what I expected. Don't care, but that's what we've currently got to work with so that we can introduce our ECS properly. I'm going to think about these containers a bit more because having to initialize something before you can use it is always the nightmare of a C programmer. Not usually the nightmare of a C++ programmer. So I'm used to this kind of thing, that's fine. Okay, I think that makes it obvious. I think that's a bit of awesome sauce. So sketched the class out the other day. I had made no decisions about it until today. I'm okay with the way things have gone. I think I'm going to keep what we've got. We've obviously come across this garbage here, and obviously this, the initialization of the container, because we're trying to put something into a memory location that doesn't exist within the code, which is a bit awkward. I mean, even if I just resize it, that would cheat, because later on when we add more different components and people want more components, then obviously you would run into the same problem later on. You're just deferring the problem to later down the line. I think we need a full solution for containment. And that's where we are up to. Containment. I knew we were going to have this problem. So that is the problem line. The solution lies there. Don't react to a problem like this by initializing this container. That's not the problem. The container is the problem. Never miss that. Never miss that. Go back to the root of the cause rather than the quick fix. And rethink it. See if you can do better. And I think we can. So that's what we're going to do probably next time. UUID, what day are we on? Might even be tomorrow. Take care, peeps. Is this your first engine? For this type of scale, yes. OpenGL stuff, I mean, you could say I've done bits and pieces. No, it's not really my first engine. It's my first time doing C++ this way. And it's causing me a lot of problems thinking this way because it's all detached. Everything's detached. The ECS system is completely detached. Once it's complete... Oh, sorry, Poppy. Once this ECS system is complete, you can take this folder and drop it into anything, and you've got an ECS system. You won't need to modify it. And that's the whole point to this. This is why I'm doing it this way. I'm doing it with a detached system. All of the OpenGL stuff, it's all detached. You can take any part of this out and use it in a different program. That's the whole point. You can take that whole OpenGL lot out and use it in a different program. The same with the rendering, but the renderer 2D is attached to renderer 3D still, which is annoying. But that's because I didn't really want to do a 2D renderer. Huh, there you go. But everything else is spot on. The application is detached. As you can see, there's no main in your main program. So Sandbox doesn't have main. It's detached. There's your main. Main is in a header file in core. So that gives you the amount of detachment I'm trying to put into this. There's your main program, your entry point. It's in the middle of core. So yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle to get this. I mean, I spent how long on it now? When did I start this? A week after New Year. So 6 weeks. Got we are literally on the edge of 3D. I mean, I could have done 3D first and then gone into the ECS. But that would just have caused more problems, I think. So yeah, it's the detachment stuff that I'm trying to do more than anything else. And that's causing more problems than usually anything else. Because I need to keep every little bit separate. And a jigsaw puzzle, that's what I'm calling this one. I should have actually called it the Jigsaw Game Engine, because it is a jigsaw puzzle, and that's how I'm thinking of it. So we've got an event system here, absolutely separate, completely separate. You can put that event system into anything. The GUI layer is being done by I'mGUI, unfortunately. That's causing me other problems. The input, it's all separate, except for the perspective camera, which I haven't put a controller in for yet. The renderer 3D is actually separate. The renderer 2D isn't. I didn't really want this to have 2D. The Windows platform for Microsoft Windows, again, it's separate. And we're using GLFW under dependencies. So that's the way I've gone about it. You can have multiple layers. Each one is independent from the other one, unless you instantiate one layer from another. You can cross over the layers by including them, but you don't have to. Each layer could be a layer on your screen or a layer of complexity within the program. It's as abstract as you want to make the layering system. So you could have like layers on a screen. Oh, I've got a perfect one for that. You'll love this one. Let's see if I can find it. It's a beaut. It's a perfect description of layers and how layers work. It'll be in Steam. Oh no, it's queued. War Thunder isn't. Oh, that's because it's not installed. Never mind. Damn, can't show you. Yes, I can. We'll just use Guild Wars again, because it doesn't need updating. I haven't been playing games recently for some reason. So, layers on the screen. The whole of the scene is going behind this here. So this is on a layer in front of this screen. This foreground is on a layer which is in front of the background. As you can see, everything is going across there. These little bits, are they coming in front? Yes. So this is all part of one layer. That's your 3D layer, by the way. All of this here is probably on the same layer as this. So that's your UI is on a layer that again is above. If I click on this layer, like here, I can't do that. See, it doesn't come up. So clicking on this layer, disable, eats the event of me clicking the button. So this layer consumes the button click, so that at the same time I can't do that. But notice how the mouse disappears when you do that. So it can't interact with another layer as well. So that one's behind this one. This consumes a mouse. Same with these buttons at the bottom. If I click on a button and hold the mouse down, I can't swivel or move anything. I have to release the mouse button and then get the little hand that allows me to do it. The hand tells me I can do it. That's how layers work. And there's another layer here as well. There's this one here at the bottom right, the bottom left. There's a little bar right across the bottom that's a separate layer, and that's my bits. Okay. That's how layers work graphically, but there are also layers of complexity within your game. You can have a layer that goes to here. Look, there's no hand coming up, but there is. You see, this is independent, just like this is. All these layers are independent, but this is another layer. Look, it goes over the top of that layer. But if I click on, let's see, if I put it over the top of this layer, can I change character? No. I can if I'm there, but I can't if I'm here. It consumes the mouse again. So that's graphical layers. I shouldn't go on too much about that, I guess. But then there's layers of complexity, like logic layers for the logistics of your program. You could have one layer that just deals with pathing. It goes on forever. It's as complex as you want to make it, but it's all like a jigsaw puzzle of layers then. And that's why the whole of the engine is required to release the programmer of the game into an area where they can just focus on the game and the complexities of the game rather than having to worry about OpenGL working. So I'm going to love you and leave you and go and feed the cat. She's looking at me now very, very nicely. Hello, cat. Take care. Enjoy, have fun, and I hope you program something interesting in your time. If you need help, let me know.